Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. And we are doing lymphatic gate, which is tied to the psoas. And the psoas is your strongest hip flexor. It's the thing that stabilizes the low back. Let's drop down, like in your little booklet, scroll down until you see the picture. And that will be a little bit easier to explain. So scroll down till you see the picture of the pelvis. And then you see there's these muscles that are kind of showing up there. And it says psoas minor, iliacus, and psoas major. And so when we talk about the psoas, if you look at the pictures, a lot of times what we're talking about is all three of these, the psoas minor, the iliacus. The iliacus covers the whole inside of the pelvis. So like the front side of the pelvis on both sides, and works very much with the psoas to flex the hip, like stabilize low back and flex the hip. And so a lot of times when people refer to the psoas, they refer to it as the iliopsoas, which is the iliacus and the psoas together. Now, not everybody has a psoas minor. Like it's sometimes present, sometimes not present. So it's there in the anatomical drawing, but it's not always present in the person. The big issue is the psoas itself. So it's your strongest hip flexor. Anytime you have pain up and down your spine, that's the psoas. Like when, not necessarily in the vertebrae itself, but like when you have pain that like kind of moves up and down the spine. Side to side is something different, but up and down, like you reach back to your back and you're like, my back hurts, and you kind of rub up and down. That's usually the psoas. And the psoas can be impacted also from hip issues. The psoas, it elevates your thigh. So like, when you're bringing your knees to your chest, part of how you're doing that is it's being engaged by the psoas. The other thing that the psoas does is it stabilizes your low spine. So your lumbar spine, basically from the Ming Men, which is the backside of the navel, down to the pelvis, is the function of the psoas is to stabilize that area. Now, this means that if there's misalignments, if there is postural misalignments, but if there's muscle imbalances, if there's issues in the hip, anything like this, the psoas gets tight. If the body's been bumped, injured, traumatized, been in an accident, had a fall, the psoas tightens up to stabilize the spine. But more importantly, when life is a little chaotic, when you're having difficulties, when there's negative projections projected at you, also the psoas tightens up to stabilize the spine. It's trying to protect your spine and your spinal cord, right? And so with this, even financial issues actually will cause the psoas to tighten up, because again, it's a form of instability. Anytime you walk into a chaotic environment, your psoas tightens up a little bit to stabilize the spine. It's protecting the spine. So with that, the psoas can cause a lot of fight flight related issues. And with fight flight related issues, it can cause anxiety, it can cause just the inability to rest and sleep at night, but also anytime there's fight flight issues, it throws off lymphatic function. Like your body, for proper lymphatic function to happen, you have to be able to go into rest and repair mode. Now, in osteopathic practices and in physical therapy practices and things like this, sometimes they give these muscles a particular nickname. And the psoas, the nickname for the psoas is the hidden prankster. Like it causes all kinds of weird problems that you would never realize that were psoas related. One is it can cause digestive issues. It can cause the digestive tract to be basically like stress plagued, or even things like irritable bowel syndrome sometimes can be tracked down to being a psoas issue. Significant issues with the menstrual cycle and hormone levels in women. In men, it can throw off hormones as well and cause pain down into the testicles. Definitely can radiate pain down into the legs. And so you would think that you have a leg problem when really it's more of a psoas issue. I think I listed a bunch of things here too. Yeah. Stabilizing, maintaining posture, connection to the core. It's one of your core muscles that is for stabilizing the spine. Like anytime there is a spinal issue, the psoas is usually involved. Let's say this. Sometimes we wonder, do I have a psoas issue? Do I not have a psoas issue? We talk about this in different parts of the body. It's not if you do or don't, it's to what degree do you have one? Everybody has a psoas issue. When I was treating athletes, this was one of the number one things that we would go through and evaluate. Like we'd evaluate the neck, the diaphragm, and the psoas. And regardless of the sport, everybody had a psoas issue. It was just to what degree, right? Sometimes it gets aggravated if the muscle is tight and the body has constipation. It becomes harder to have bowel movements, and the bowel movements become very painful. Again, psoas issues. Menstrual pain, respiratory issues. Respiratory issues, you would not think of it as being a low back issue, but because it's impacts the diaphragm to such a degree, and that it's impacting fight flight, that it actually can be one of the causes of poor respiratory function. And then when we feel triggered, instinctual responses, or agitated or hyperreactive, also this is tied to the psoas function. When we do the 3 brain function, for those of you that have been doing the 3 brains, there's the brain, the second brain, which is your gut, and then the root brain, which is the sex chakra. The psoas is the physical manifestation of the root brain. And so when it's tight, it makes it more easily triggered, like you become more easily triggered. You are operating more from instinctive responses, which is, again, you're not processing your emotions or your brain, you're just reacting, and then afterwards going, what happened? So you're just become more reactive. So the more that you unwind this aspect of the psoas and the low back, the more that you become cognitive, the emotions become a little bit more regulated and more easily processed. I think that's about it. So let's have you do this. Notice your mind. Notice your emotions. Notice your body. Notice tension in your body. I find that sometimes, even when the psoas is tight, one of the byproducts of that is it can tighten up the jaw. You know how like you start to clench your jaw a little bit. If you think about how the psoas impacts fight or flight, part of the jaw clenching is being in a fight flight mode. Like the body has so much tension that the jaw will start to clench, or brux. Brux just means clenching. So one of the things that impacts the psoas, and that the psoas reflects, is the state of the body. If the state of the body is in a state of, say, hypervigilance, that will be reflected in the psoas. And not only is it reflected in the psoas, it's most likely caused by the psoas. So if we unwind the psoas, we can actually change the state of the body, right? You can put the body in a more relaxed state, a more state of healing, or state of relaxation versus a state of agitation or a state of hypervigilance. So sometimes when we're treating pain syndromes, we look at it from the point of view of symptoms. Like, okay, I hurt here, I hurt there. When I move, this happens. When I don't move, this happens. When I lay down, my body hurts in this particular way. But we put on different things to try to treat it, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Part of why something works or doesn't work sometimes is the state that the body is in. Like if the body is agitated, harder to treat pain. If the body is in hypervigilance, harder to treat pain. So the more that we can calm down or shift the state of the body, the easier pain syndromes become. Like you're able to produce a better result when treating them, but also it impacts us psychologically, like our emotions that get generated. Like if you generate a lot of anger, the body is in a state of agitation or the body is in a state of hypervigilance. Right? And so even treating some pain syndromes, we want to shift the state of the body. And for those of you that have been around and we've talked about like different blends and things to use. That blend, nerve help, is all about calming down the state of the body, shifting the nervous system so that the body goes into a more conductive mode for healing pain syndromes, right? It does that while it helps to re-educate the nerves and soothe pain. So it's one of the really solid ways to treat pain syndromes right off the bat. And it doesn't mean that you don't rotate to something else, but by using that, you're shifting the state of the body so that it responds better to treatment, right? And so here we're going to do that as well. We're going to treat the state of the body so that other things that you do become more effective, more efficient. And so what I'd like you to do is think of emotions, think of your mind, think of external situations, especially something that's going on or seems unresolved. Check in with your body, check in with your low back, check in with your jaws, check in with your aches and pains. Basically, we're just trying to make the body more stable and less unstable, right? If the body's unstable, the psoas contracts. The body is stable, the psoas relaxes. Okay. So now we're going to pull out one of the chamomiles, like a Roman or a Cape chamomile, sage, tarragon, helichrysum, or that blend nerve help. And I'd say, let's try to, before we even start inhaling, try to tap into your low back and just see how your low back feels. Not just the surface muscles, try to go in deep in and around the spine in the low back area. How does it feel? If they don't have anything else, uh, the other ones work better. But right? And now, just whichever oil that you've chosen, just take some long, slow, deep breaths. We're not even going to direct it yet. Just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Okay, now we're going to do something to kind of help shift the state. So you're going to be inhaling with your awareness on the perineum, which is the floor of the pelvis. It's between the sex organs and the anus. So down at the very bottom part of your pelvis, you're inhaling with your awareness on that area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And now move to your hips, the sides of your hips. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the hip. And now move to the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. and then the low back, opposite the navel on the back side. And then the back solar, which is the mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. I love it. Yeah, yeah. Samantha was saying the magic spot's the back solar, and the back solar has the biggest impact on body tension out of all the centers, all the areas in your body. If you do things on the back solar plexus, it'll take tension out of your body, especially the spine. Just be still. Just be still. Notice how your body feels. Notice your emotions, your mind. Think of some of those external situations and just monitor to see how they feel with just the treatment of this. We're not focusing on them in particular, but we're using them as a measuring device. How does it make you feel? Let's do that again. Your awareness is on the perineum. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. What else is doing? Like, your awareness is on the hips. Long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on the hips, the sides of your hips. And the awareness on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Your awareness is on the low back, opposite the navel, the low back area. Down the back solar, the mid back area. Deep inhaling on that back solar plexus. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. We're going to work that back solar plexus, by the way. So give yourself a break for a minute. Begin inhaling on the back solar plexus again, that mid back area. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back solar plexus. And then pause and be still. Then pause and be still. This time, let's do this. Whatever area in your body that's compromised, like if you have a bad knee, a bad hip, a bad shoulder, whatever it is, put your awareness on that spot and just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with that same oil, that same blend. And then pause and let that go. How does this make your body? In various parts of the body. Okay, inhaling again. Your awareness is on that back solar plexus. And then let it go. Go back to one of your areas that's compromised. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just be still. Let's do it one more time. Back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your back solar. And then just be still. Move your body around, see how you feel. Check in with your emotions, your mind. Check in with some external situations. And let's go ahead and share experiences. Like I thought we'd talk it out every step just so we can process what's happening. So you can unmute yourself or type in, share experience or ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Christy.
Hey, Miss Christy.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey.
So as usual, your classes are right on time. I was in a
always have to scan like, whoa, what's going
yeah,
on?
right? Exactly. And I
That's the
think
class
everyone
we're gonna
feels the same. It's the collective. It's the
Right.
collective. I was in a little boating accident last week
Oh,
and
wow. What happened?
had potential for way worse things to happen, but didn't, thankfully. So I'm just bumped around and strains and sprains and stuff like that. But
Okay.
the left ankle, I mean, everything hurts basically, all the joints, especially lower
Yeah.
back. But
Yeah.
the when I was focusing on the left ankle, I saw an image that I'm curious if there's a deity or a being that it symbolizes, because I have no idea what it means. It was an image of a woman, very, very like jet black with wild, long, like flamey hair, like on fire hair.
Yeah, I think that's calling.
That's his calling.
Yeah, that's calling.
Really?
Yeah. Or
All right.
the Buddhist tradition, Palden Lamo. Palden Lamo and calling are the same being.
Okay. In the ankle, huh? Interesting.
Well, the Dharma protector. So,
Yeah.
they're tied to the lower realm, but I don't know why you'd be seeing it in your ankle. But I mean, it's tied to like below your feet. So I mean that's probably why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's interesting. So you had that like right after the accident, or
No, that was today, right now, as we're doing the imagery,
as we're doing the
like
image.
as we're focusing, and I was focusing on the ankle.
Right.
That was the imagery I saw.
Yeah. Halden Lama. Let me look something up real quick. Because like Mahakala is all about time, and Halden Lama, there's a couple of things, but let me just look something up. Yeah, and if I remember right, Holly is one of the few, if not the only, um, female Dharma protectors. Usually they're male.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm looking at imagery. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So she's the Dharma protector of what?
Um, Dharma protectors are just that they protect the teachings, but especially Palden Lamo is like the protector of Tibet, of Bhutan. Um, Give me just a second here. I'd have to go through and read it. Yeah, she's the only female I'm in the. Yeah, I'll do a little bit more on it.
Okay, thank you.
I do a bit of a practice with Palden Lamo, but my thing's more usually Mahakala.
What, so you're using a word different than Kali. What is that?
Palden Lamo.
Someone's asking you to spell it.
Palden, and then new word Lhamo. Palden Lamo. But I mean, Kali is just the Indian version, Indian name of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and in the Hindu tradition, Kali is also almost like the feminine, like representations, like Shiva.
There you go. Yeah.
And then go ahead, Zakia, then Tracy.
Hey, Zakia.
Let's get you unmuted. There you go.
Hi, how are you guys?
Hey, how are you?
So before we started the pattern,
Mhm.
I didn't have any tensions or discomforts or pains outside of just two boo-boos. But when we started the second round, I suddenly get this pain and discomfort across my shoulders. Then it moved up to my vagus nerve and got stronger. Then it went into my jaws and like behind the sinuses, that whole back area where the cerebellum is or the medulla is, and it got so intense I had to stop inhaling. So my question is, does it release stuff that you don't even know is there?
Oh yeah, like pain, like when nerves are have a moderate amount of pressure, they get stimulated, but if there's a lot of pressure, they'll go to sleep. And so sometimes when you start to do a practice with like some form of pain or body tension, it takes the pressure off the nerve and it starts to wake up a little bit. And it's a lot like how when you're sitting on your foot and it's asleep and then it starts to wake up, it kind of hurts a little bit.
Right.
It can be that, but part of also what happens with pain syndromes is we really only feel the primary spot, like the primary pain pattern. And then once that diminishes, then other pains become more perceivable. Like they were there, they were impacting your physiology, you just weren't aware of them. It's kind of like that old joke, if like, oh, my shoulder hurts, and somebody like stomps on the person's foot and then they go, well, you don't feel your shoulder anymore, because your foot hurts. And that's a lot how pain works. And so it could be that that the nerves were a little bit asleep, but my guess is you start to unwind like a primary pain spot or primary area, and then the secondary things start becoming more aware. And if you think of like if it's going up into the sinuses and up into the base of the skull and things like that, it's the pain will kind of make like a fight flight thing happen. And so I would say that that's probably a thing that's impacting your sinuses and just the medulla and the vagus nerve and all of that, of being the body being a little bit in fight flight. So I would say maybe a little bit of tarragon or lemongrass or something just to calm down some of the sympathetic part of the nervous system.
Well, the tarragon is what I was using.
Then keep using it. Like,
okay.
Even take a few drops internally, even. Yeah.
Now I've got this like residual headache in the back of my head. It's like this soft.
It might get cleared up with the next thing that we're doing, but I would still double down a little bit on what's happening.
Okay.
Kind of flush it out of the body, like calm the nervous system down.
So it also sounds like maybe people should do this, once or twice or 3 times a week or before you go to bed to relieve stuff that we don't know is there.
Yeah. Well, plus you're putting the body like in a state, this particular thing right here is putting the body in a state where it has the ability to shift or change or accelerate the rate of healing. Because a lot of times our body is in a state of like hypervigilance or a state of agitation because of pain, because of stress, because of work, because of lack of sleep, like all those things. And it kind of shifts it so that it can go into a bit more of a relaxed state. So, one of the things, like you said, is that now it's presenting like, oh, hey, you've got this issue and that issue. The body's like compensated for these things for a while, and you take the compensation away, and then all of a sudden you're like, this is there. And it was always impacting you. You just like weren't aware of it. So now the ability to go through and like treat it so that you you feel better
Right.
than with it being unconscious. Like it was, you know, probably affecting like sleep, or like if it was up in your sinuses, that's a very big area that gets hit by fight flight. And so it just means that there's like a little bit of inflammation or tension in the mucous membranes up in that area. And, you know, you go through and you unwind it, and, you know, you breathe better, the body feels better, you know, the body is in a state where it can rest and relax a little bit deeper while sleeping. And yeah.
It's, you know, now that you've said that last piece, I've had to go into my boss's office a couple of times this past week, and the issues that were discussed weren't stressful, but in her office, that's where she deals with the whole department's issues, all of the employees, right? And 2 weeks ago, when I went in her office, we had an extended conversation, and when I left, I felt such psychic energy. I felt this whole thing in my nose and my throat. I thought I had caught COVID. I mean, and I told her she had all this energy stuck in her office. And this 2 days ago, I had to go back in her office just literally for 2 minutes, and I felt it again. So literally the next day, I took Palo Santo to work to keep it my desk. Once I realized it was energetic, and then it just let it go.
Good.
But it's like unbelievable how it hit me. So the first thing I thought, I said, okay, Greg in these classes, he's got me so sensitive that I'm picking up all this stuff that I never picked up before.
Yeah. Because you know, like you bring up a very good point, is like you're picking up the energy, but you're also like in that office, that energy also is like a chaotic energy.
Absolutely.
And so you go in and emotionally, mentally, you're like, I'm fine. But your body is like, I don't know about that.
Right.
Like, you know, you may be fine, but we're not fine. Like this is like bad things happen here, or there's like, you know, intense things. And so you know, that's the thing that's like kind of confusing by stress. I mean, I've been confused by it many times, where like I go into a situation emotionally, mentally, I am like, I'm golden. Like I don't feel a thing. And then I go into a situation for an hour and I feel like I've been there like for 15 hours, and I walk out, I'm like, I'm exhausted. My body, I just feel like crap. And I'm like, what is it? And the body felt the chaos, the body felt the instability. Emotionally, mentally, I'm like, no, like everything's fine here. We have big picture, we have a strategy, we have all this in place, everything is fine, like there's nothing wrong. But the body is like, I don't know about that. Like you didn't feel what I felt. You didn't sense what I sensed. And I mean, that's really kind of what we're dealing with, is those responses that the body senses, that our emotions and mind kind of know better. Like you know, like, hey, I walk into the office, it's not directed at me, I walk out, you know, I'm done. But the body is like, no, that might happen again, we're too close to it, get out of the building, you know, it doesn't see it the way that the emotions and mind see it. And so
and my boss she's an empath, so a lot of the things I learned in class I discussed with her. So I'm going to take a couple of Palo Alto sticks and have her keep them on her desk.
Just have her clean up that space, you know, camphor, Palo Santo, any of that would work.
I actually had made my own aura cleansing spray.
Oh, perfect.
And I will just tell her, I'm on the way down to your office, please spray.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Trace.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Hey, so I think that really you answered my question when you answered her question. But I'm still feeling like I have never sat so long in movement in my life.
like
Oh,
in
your
Eagles
flight back
Camp.
from
Well, that was 30
Texas.
hours, but then before that there was 15 hours going up the Karachan highway, and then 21 hours back in a car. You barely stopped for, well, they stopped for cigarettes because apparently over there everybody smokes. You know, lime dust everywhere. Going around curves, like I had to sit up front because I get car sick, so I was awake the entire time. So sleep deprivation, dehydration, I mean, you name it. And I was feeling pretty good. I've been having like Brian and I both have been having waves of like almost like light malaria, but we're taking the medication for it, so that could be causing it. But I felt pretty good this morning, and then we started doing that, and I'm like, oh, like my body feels the motion, like, and especially in my head, and yeah,
Hmm.
it's just a lot.
So there's a little bit of a concern that you might have gotten malaria.
Well, I mean, we got bitten by mosquitoes, and it's a thing over there.
Yeah.
But we've been taking the medication the doctor gave us, and like I think 3 pills left. So, I don't know if that's what it is. I know we were drastically dehydrated the entire time because it was so dry over
Travel,
there.
dehydration, just being in a different place.
And I really stressed. I
Yeah.
really, Brian's like, I thought it was fine. I enjoyed it. It was great. And I'm looking at him like, it was different for me,
Yeah.
because I could see all the people who had nothing, and the people with both hands cut off, and the babies laying with no clothes on by a curb where busy, like cars were flying past it. And like it really affected me on a level that, and let's not forget the women issue over there is,
Right.
it's very different. So I had to conform, which for any of you that know me know that it would be very hard for me to conform, but I was,
Yeah.
I wore the clothes up to my neck, and I tried not to say anything untoward. I probably did a few times.
Maybe on the break, do go cycle through this a couple more times so that when we go into the next segment, it goes maybe a little deeper.
Okay, I sure will. Thank you.
And then we have some shares as well here.
Mhm.
For me today, just lots of burps. No goodness yet, I guess.
Yeah, we're prepping for the goodness. This is more of setting the stage than, yeah. I like the burp part. That means the solar plexus and the diaphragm releasing. Yeah.
I'm having a different experience with tarragon than helichrysum.
Yeah.
The oils listed are good for this. Each has slightly different properties. Does it help to change the oil on another day to get more range of the effects of the oils?
I would say so. The one that I use is either Nerve Help or Helichrysum on this, but I do use chamomiles a lot. Like I take Roman chamomile internally. I go through phases where I'll do it and then I don't, and I do it and then I don't. But when I do it for like 2 or 3 weeks. And so the idea is to treat the state, the state of the body, keep it in a like more stable or relaxed state.
This is my first experience with Nerve Help, and I found it amazing.
Yeah.
I was curious, what's in it?
Roman chamomile, Cape chamomile, helichrysum, tarragon, a couple types of sage. Let me look it up. That's just from memory. Litsea cubeba and rosemary verbenan and basil.
And then go ahead, Deborah.
Hi,
Yeah.
Craig. So I was the one who was asking about the helichrysum versus tarragon. Um, the impact from the tarragon was much deeper and like almost instant. So could you share with me like what that could that could tell me about more diagnosis about like the difference, like my response?
Tarragon hits you a little bit harder. You know, the tarragon is hitting a little bit more of, well, first, the tarragon's an antispasmodic. But it's hitting a little bit more of the autonomic nervous system than the helichrysum is. And so that's probably what it is it's just able to calm down fight flight and increase the tone of the vagus nerve and the function of the rest and repair. Plus, it's also just very soothing to the body. I mean, all of the ones that are listed there are very soothing to the body, but tarragon can be especially soothing. You know, tarragon is one of the things that we use to treat like different forms of shock. And, you know, shock can be, you know, we think of shock as like, oh, something traumatic happened, but sometimes shock is just a shift or a change in the body can actually cause like a form of shock. And, you know, you just had all that fascial work done and all that, and the body's going through some changes. And it might be that your body's responding a little bit more to the tarragon than the helichrysum because of that, you know. You know, it's just a guess, but it makes sense, you know, because you did shift the body a bit. And so, yeah, it could be because of that. Yeah.
Thank you. That does make a lot of sense.
Like
Thank you.
play with sage as well. Like, you know, that's one of the things like with the nerve help is it helps to re-educate the nerves. So like as there is change, it integrates into the body a little bit more. And sage is one of the best things for helping the nerves to like shift like that. And so you might want to play around with sage as well.
Since I got back, my essential tremor is like just off the charts right now. So that kind of lines up with what you're saying. And is there a particular sage that one is better than the other for this?
No, I actually just Spanish sage, regular sage, Dalmatian sage, just like whichever one. The ones that really don't have that impact are clary sage, like clary sage or dark amber clary sage. They just won't be as effective. But any of the other sages, game on.
Triloba is okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Okay, so how about we'll take a break? We'll come back on the half hour and we'll clean up the blockages that being in this state, you know, potentially caused or exaggerated, however you want to say it. And so we'll come back at on the half hour and we'll hit the ground running. Hey everybody, let's come on back, and we are on the middle of page 3 and we're on number 2, essence. And so here not a big set of choices, it's any form of frankincense. So whatever frankincense that you have. So here we're going to break up blockages and clean up the aura. Like the state of the body is reflected in the aura and what it attracts or repels in the environment. And so if you're in a chaotic state, chaotic things have a bigger impact on the body and the physiology. and we tend to attract things that are a little bit more chaotic. So we're just going through and cleaning all of this up. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the left side of your body. So the left side of your head, the left shoulder, the left rib cage, left hip, the outer part of the leg, the left ankle. I would do it. Yeah.
Do we do it?
Yeah, yeah. No, I would. Hold on. No, do it.
Do it.
Yeah. Take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Tell her to use eucalyptus and lemon internally for the malaria. Continue to inhale. Your awareness is on the front side of your body. So your face, your throat, your chest, abdomen, your pelvis, front of your legs, your knees, the tops of your feet, all the way down the front side of your body. Then the right side of your body, the right side of your face and head, your right shoulder, your right rib cage, hip, outer leg, right ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then the back side of your body. Back of your head, back of your neck, the whole back, your hips, the back of your legs, all the way down to your heels. And just pause and be still for a moment. Just pause and be still. Now, from the perineum down about 12 inches. So you're going to go 12 inches from the floor of your pelvis down. It's the equivalent to about like maybe the mid thigh. Your awareness is on this area. We want to clean up that lower area below the perineum. So take long, slow inhalations. And now move 12 inches above the head. So from the very top of your head here and then 12 inches up, your awareness is just on that area to clean that area. And now your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. And then just pause and be still. Just be still. Let's begin inhaling again. Same oil, frankincense, left side of the body. Left side of the face, the neck, the left shoulder, rib cage, left hip, outer part of the leg, the ankle. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The front side of the body, the face, the throat, the chest, the abdomen, the groin area, the front of your legs, the shins, the tops of your feet. the right side of your body. Right side of your face, neck, your right shoulder, right rib cage, hips, outer part of the thigh, all the way down to the right ankle. Your awareness is on the back side of your body, the back of your head and neck, your whole back, your hips, backs of your legs, all the way down to your heels. And then just pause and be still for a moment. How's this doing? Yeah. Just be still. We'll go to the floor of your pelvis, the perineum, and then 12 inches down, about mid-thigh, a little bit lower than mid-thigh, and inhale with your awareness on that area. move your awareness to the top of your head. 12 inches above your head. That whole area from the top of your head to 12 inches above the head. You're inhaling with your awareness on that area. And then your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Just be still. Let's revisit the spine. So we just did the spine. We did all the different pieces, but let's revisit the spine. So inhalation with your awareness on the spine. And now shift to just some area in your body that's compromised. Let's just visit those little sections. Doesn't have to be your low back, it could be anything. We're wanting to just get the energy moving in the different parts of your body. And go back to your spine. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your spine. And just pause and be still. Well, let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions, unmute yourself, type in. Why'd you say that was intense? Yeah.
It's me, Zakia.
Hey, Zakia.
So now the left side of my body ain't feeling too good.
Say that again.
Now the left side of my body has got all this tension and across my shoulders, and even the left side, from the shoulder down, my forearm was hurting a bit. It's sort of eased up, but I must got a lot of stuff stuck in there somewhere.
Well, we'll see how the next couple segments treat you.
Okay, I'll hang in there.
Oh, I can't. Give me a sec. And give me a sec for the next person. Just 1 minute. I'm gonna. Go ahead, Anne.
Hey, Ann.
When I got to the backside, right around my neck, I was aware of pecking and claws. It was like a red creature with claws and beak.
Like where were you feeling that? At the back of your neck?
Yeah.
And how does it feel now?
It seems okay now.
Okay. So just like while you were doing it.
Correct. Yes.
I maybe spend a little extra time even going back with the frankincense and working on the back of the neck. There's just probably some tension, and that can be an area that also stimulates like the fight flight kind of mechanisms. And so we just want to make sure all that's real calmed down for you.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, Greg. I just was wondering exactly this segment we just did. What exactly does it do? I guess
It's cleaning up, like the first segment we did the state of the body, if the body's in an unstable state or hypervigilant state, things of that nature. This goes through and cleans up the energy that state produced.
I did feel like when we went 12 inches below the perineum and 12 inches above the crown, especially the crown, it like really opens something up that probably has been kind of clogged up or blocked. But both of them really, it was a definite significant shift with both those. Thank you.
Good. And how do you feel right now?
It's opening things up. I have so much still going on. So it's a start. I'm very grateful to be here today, and I'm looking forward to each segment. How's that? I'll see if any creatures show up for me. Okay. Thank you.
Please let us know why we start left.
It's associated with the directions of the west. So you're also dealing with observation. So you're training your energy body to process information in a particular way. So it makes you a bit more cognitive, like less reactive.
When we did 12 inches above the head, I like my head, it like started almost pounding.
Yeah. So sometimes that's releasing things and then energy's moving up and down the spine. But like below the floor of the pelvis and above the head, those areas can get real blocked. You know, a lot of times it's projections from other people or issues with other people. And this is prepping for going into the next segment where we really open up and clean cords and, you know, connections between people, because part of the thing that makes our body feel unstable is just projections and the contamination that comes from the cords with other people. And so it can make the body feel very unstable. So this is cleaning up the state, cleaning up, I should say, the essence of the state that the body was in, and then also kind of prepping for a deeper level of release of the cords that make the body feel unstable. You know, there's different kinds of releases for the cords, but this is just about how it makes the body feel unstable. So.
I'm feeling really lightheaded.
Ooh. Lightheaded. Yeah, it just looks like a lot of energy moving. A little bit of Ming-Men over. Maybe just get up and move around a little bit. And if so, maybe even just move the hips a little bit, like hula hoop movements, just to open up the spine a little bit. Yeah.
Now I'm feeling nauseated.
Yeah, you're shaking off your trip to overseas. Put some of the frankincense on your feet. Like, let's just flush some of this out of your system. Yeah. Okay. So we'll take another break. We'll come back again on the half hour and we'll deal with those cords, connections and cords with people. Okay, everybody. So we are on the top of page 4 on segment 3, which is connections, or another way of saying cords. Now, when we have cords to events, when we have cords to people, there's negative cords, right? Like a connection between you and a person that's negative that we kind of clean up or cut. But more importantly is we have cords to people that are positive cords that can become contaminated, or we can have cords to past events that the past event is still kind of oozing some energy from the past event into our energy body. Example, like you say, maybe you had a car accident. The memory of the car accident, the traumatic feeling, the trauma of that still can be kind of oozing from that past event and affecting you in the now. trauma always, until it gets kind of released and resolved, not so much from the mental body and the emotional body, but from the physical body, it always has this feeling or this sense that it's happening in the here and now. The reason that it doesn't register consciously is that we're distracted. You know, we're distracted with our normal everyday activity. And then sometimes we have thoughts and opinions on something that is a way of managing or self-soothing that overrides our mind perceiving it properly, but the body is still feeling this trauma or this agitation. And so these past events sometimes go through and cause a significant amount of instability in the body, which the psoas then tries to compensate and stabilize the spine. But I would say that, well, it causes emotional and mental responses that then we try to compensate for with different ways of thinking and stories and strategies and what we think is happening. It's complicated, but it's not. But anyway, connections impact us way more than we realize. Way more than we realize. And so when we calm the body down, which we've just done with the first two segments, it's an easier way to release connections that are destabilizing to the body. Now, if we were working chords in a different way and did a little bit of different kind of prep, there's different kinds of things that we could unwind. But right here, we're looking to unwind things that are causing instability in your body, you know, which eventually translates into emotions and then the mental processes, right? The root brain, which is the sex chakra in Kabbalistic teachings, you know, so here we're talking about an aspect associated with the psoas, is the source of true ideas, right? Accurate perception, correct expression, and true ideas. And the reason being that if the body is in an agitated state, and if instinctive responses are agitated or hyperreactive, it affects the production of emotions and then affects your cognitive function. I mean, there's different ways of saying this, but what people think, a lot of that is the endocrine system functioning through the nervous system, and then the energy from the instinctive responses moving up through the emotional body to the mental body. So anyway. What you think and how you think. I mean, this can open up a can of worms, but it's not how New Age people think about it. Like it's, most people don't understand the mechanics of how the mind works. Anyway. You know, if you even think about, well, I'm just going to drop it. So you're going to pull out ironbark eucalyptus, you're going to pull out rue, you're going to pull out etheric cords. And the very first thing you're going to do is you're just going to take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Cool. Okay. And then just pause. And so for this, I'm going to have you do a thing where first we're going to do situational awareness, right? And that means just things going on in your life right now. Now, I would say don't judge these as good or bad. We're wanting to clean out the connections between these situations, regardless if they're good or bad, right? So even if you have like, hey, I have this thing at work and it's a wonderful thing, like, everything's going really well. That's good, but it doesn't mean that it still can have contamination. It can still have stress. It can still have some things that impact your physiology, your body. And if there's change, if there is like a dynamic activity that's associated with this particular area, it's still going to make the body feel a little bit unstable. Like the body sees change or evolution as unstable. I mean, the body loves repetition. The logical mind loves repetition, does not like to shift, does not like to change. So this helps the body evolve. This helps the emotions evolve. This helps one of the little things that can help the mind even evolve. So you're going to start with one of your situations that you have going on now. Work, family, relationship, a friendship, a goal, a project, whatever it is. Just think of one thing, start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause and be still for a moment. Like we're going back to the Q&A stuff. Zakia, like do it with stuff at work, and then Tracy, do it with like the traveling on the road and the stuff that was happening in while you were in Pakistan, like whatever's going on, like revisit some of that because there's still the energy of those memories impacting your physiology. And Christy, like the boat injury, whatever. Yeah. Okay, so again, situation, long, slow, deep breaths. And maybe mm. And then pause and be still. You can keep doing the same situation right now, or if you feel that it's kind of done, you can move to a different one. But again, long, slow, deep breaths.
In the situation be a dream you just haven't shaken off.
Yeah, sure. What is that? Mm, sure. Mm, I'll do this with you guys. And then just be still. Let's switch to a different situation. So whatever situation it was, move away from that, pick a different part or a different situation completely. You know, like a different part, like using Tracy as an example. There was the flight over to the foreign country. There was the travel within the foreign country. There was the event that they went to. There was, interactions maybe in the city. And so, depending on what was going on, you might even want to work like each little piece, right? So, it could be the situation or a whole new situation. So begin inhaling, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause. And again, same situation. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, let's stop for a second and we're gonna kind of combine two things. So here we're talking about how connections are impacting the state of the body or agitating instinctive responses, which eventually affect the production of emotions and how the mind works, right? Think of it like this, like sometimes when there's past events, we have a perception of it from the logical mind, from the everyday mind, right? And part of the thing with the logical mind is what it does is it synthesizes. When there's no intuition, it just synthesizes kind of whatever information or data is there, right? And so without the intuitive component in some of these situations, like when something is difficult happening or something traumatic is happening, the byproduct when there is lack of intuition and there is mostly just logical mind kind of working, what it synthesizes, which is what you would call the psychosomatic response. So it makes the body heal at a much slower rate. It makes the body not responsive to particular kinds of treatment. Like say you have a liver issue, you're using things for the liver, it's not responding. Most likely the cause of that is a psychosomatic kind of issue. And so it's lacking intuition. And intuition in the body is movement, the movement of essence through the form. It's breaking things out of a repetitive motion. When something's not healing, it's stuck in a repetitive state. And that can be exaggerated when there's too much of the logical mind. So going through and unwinding this is good, but the reason why I was saying that it's tied more to working the chords isn't just working the chords. There's different ways of setting it up, right? So we have like the emotional, the mental things, like you have a difficult or stressful thing with work, you're cleaning the chords up like that. It's more of an emotional or mental kind of cleanup. Here we're wanting to clean up how these chords affect your physiology, right? And so even these past events can contribute to a psychosomatic kind of response. It's not something it's conscious. It's just lacks intuition, right? If there's no intuition, there's no healing. I mean, intuition is the it's tied to the rest and repair mode. It's tied to parasympathetic activity. The logical mind is tied to fight flight, right? So the tendency is we try to self-soothe or the body just starts to resist. So healing doesn't necessarily happen in this particular realm, right? So we want to open this up so that it can, right? And so with this, we're going to go back and forth with the frankincense and the etheric cords or the rue or the eucalyptus, ironbark eucalyptus. So we're going to kind of go a little bit back and forth. Okay, it's a little bit off script. I was going to write it out, but then I was like, nah, we'll just talk it out in the class, right? So you focused on a particular situation. Now you're just going to go back to what you were doing at the end of the last segment, and you're going to inhale the frankincense with your awareness just on the spine. So inhale the frankincense, your awareness is on the spine. No need to visualize, no need to think about anything. You're just opening up the spine. Okay, Set the frankincense down. Think of your situation. Inhale your etheric cords, your rue, your ironbark eucalyptus. Think of your situation. That's it. Okay, let it go for a moment. Pick up the frankincense. Your awareness is on the spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, let it go. Same situation. Long, slow, deep breaths. Ironbark eucalyptus, etheric cords, rue, whichever one you're using. And just be still. Just be still. Now let's pick another situation. like things that are kind of active right now, things going on in your world, not the past, just active situations right now. Projects, activities, relationships, work, goals. Inhale the etheric cord, the rue, the ironbark eucalyptus, while you think of that situation. And then let that go for a moment. Begin inhaling the frankincense with your awareness on your spine. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your spine. And then just pause. And again, situation, ironbark eucalyptus, the etheric cords, rue. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let everything go. Just let everything go. Let's share experiences. We're not done with this segment, but let's share experiences and ask questions. I'd like to hear from Zakia and Tracy and Christy if she's still on.
Hi, Zakia.
Hey, Zakia.
So,
How did this make you feel?
a lot better. Also, what I did, I cracked open a bottle of Chakaroo cleanser, splashed it across my shoulders. I took the tara grounds, splashed it on my sides of my neck. When you told somebody to put frankincense on their feet, I put it on my feet.
Good for you.
But
I suspect like when we're unwinding the first two segments, and like I was kind of waiting for this to hit because I think this is what was going to clean this up for you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you have the connection to work. A lot of times with work, there's a ton of stress and the cords connected to the work situation. And then if it's really intense or there's a lot of change, it could be like trauma. There could be all kinds of things. And I think when we feel, I mean, there's a good example of like your physiology was feeling the energy of work, and it impacts your physiology. It impacts emotions in the mind too, but here we're looking more at like how it's impacting the physiology, and I think cleaning that up from time to time will help you to feel better. But like, even like you said, like going into your boss's office, it's like you got to dirty up the cords a little bit more when you go in there, because you're closer to ground zero, so to speak. And so I thought this was going to be the thing that kind of helped you feel better.
I do feel better. I still have a small headache in the back, but I also feel a lot of relief. And what I do on my job, I work for NYU Medical Center, and I actually interface with about 300 patients in outpatient therapy every single day.
Yeah.
And I'm the first person they see when they get off the elevator, and I process them. So yeah, I think I might have to make this a daily Friday night practice at the end of the week. Do this every Friday.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
especially with your kind of work.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I have a reputation as a high emotional quotient. I'm really known for just de-escalating things and dealing with patients. I don't get ruffled, but clearly it's in my muscles and bones and tendons. And so I'm gonna make this a Friday night practice.
Perfect. Good.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Anne and Tracy.
Went back to an accident that was over a year ago. It was coming down freeway Sunday evening, big trucks all around, had a blowout. There was a huge mountain on the left side. I got over, angels got me over because I don't remember a thing. And I'm still close to crying. I didn't cry at the time because I couldn't, and I couldn't find help. Finally, I called 911. Police came, cordoned off the one lane, got help so that they put the balloon tire on. Finally, I limped home, but I haven't been on that freeway since. And I've dealt, when you did the 9 fears, I dealt with it, but this really got to it. So thank you.
Yeah. How does your body feel? I'm curious about the body.
I'm shaking and I'm crying.
Yeah. So think about it. Like that's been in you for how long? And so like, even though your body, your mind, your emotions are distracted by something, your physiology has been feeling that, just like
yeah.
Like now it's coming out, but it's been
Finally.
there for a while. Yeah.
Ooh,
And think
thank
of the
you.
havoc that it's wreaked on your physiology a bit.
Ooh,
You know, body tension, maybe a little adrenaline, maybe the
yeah,
quality of sleep, pain,
yeah.
so
Whoa.
good for you. Glad you got to
Yeah,
unwind that.
thank you.
We're going to do more of it after lunch. So like
Okay.
more past events after lunch. So,
Okay, great. Thank you. Bye.
so, and then Tracy was
Yeah,
on.
yeah, Tracy, then Christy.
Hey, Tracy, how did that make you feel?
Um, I think I feel better. Still feel a little pukey, but not like it was. Like,
Not like you did before, right?
right. Like
Right.
when after that first session, my nerves were just like it was everything in my body was vibrating.
Like
And
I was almost going to have you do the chords like right off the bat when it first was happening, but I was like, we're going to get to it. Like, let's just unwind it and then let it unfold. So we can kind of see how that plays out. But unwinding the chords and going back and forth between the spine with the frankincense and that, you'll unwind a lot of what happened on that trip. If you think about like before we start doing this stuff today, you could think about like that trip on the drive, on that I can't remember what road it was, but that road that,
whatever. Yeah.
and like some of the events, like it felt like it was still like you were still right there, like it feels a little upsetting or a little agitated, or you could almost feel the stress of being on that road or in that vent, or whatever it is. And as you go through and you do this, your body calms down, but then when you recall it, it's like, oh, like I remember watching that TV program of how I was, and such, like the energy, because it's not even really emotion, it's energy that triggers emotions and the mind. And so like diminishing that energy, it changes the state of the body, and it changes how the emotions and mind are being generated by that. So then it just becomes, like, oh yeah, that was a really crappy thing that I went through, rather than that was a really crappy thing I went through. It's same words, but the energy of it is dissipated. And as much as we try to let go of it, it's not that our mind and our emotions are still connected to it. It's that the energy is still flowing between that and that event. And so sometimes what happens, like if you clean things up enough, they're almost, at first we're dealing with negative energies, and then it kind of goes a little neutral, and then actually soul or spiritual energies can start flowing through that and like connecting to that, and it just becomes like this sense of peace, or this sense of expansion, or it's something that fuels some sort of learning, inner learning about something, can stimulate like an evolutionary process or learning your lesson in that particular situation. And so, not that you have lessons to learn from going on a trip like that, but still sometimes it helps to be insightful, helps you to be more insightful in like learning other lessons because you were in something that was outside the box. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah.
we learn our lessons like in our normal everyday life, but when you do a little travel or you get outside your normal situations, all of a sudden you'll get a different kind of insight that comes in that allows you to process things in a different way, and you go, oh, that's why, fill in the blank. And so you want to keep those chords all cleaned up to the events the way that we're doing it today. Like, you notice we're not doing it with people, we're doing it with situations and past events. And it just helps you process the environment, like instinctually, emotionally, and mentally, which when you do all three like that compiles together, and there's an emergence of greater intuitive function. It just helps you to process things better and then adjust in the moment. Like it helps you with that innovative process or that evolutionary process, where your logical mind's not in it. Your intuition is making quick decisions. It's adjusting, it's adapting, where the logical mind, forms a strategy, takes a long time, has to think things out. It does it through trial and error. It doesn't adjust well. It wants repetition. And so it accelerates your ability to problem solve and to let go of things from the past by engaging the intuitive process. So translation here is, being able to let go of all the little trauma, because like the kind of travel you did, even when it's fun, there's a bunch of trauma related to it.
Like it felt like trauma the entire time. I'm like, I am just in this
it's too long,
trauma.
too uncomfortable. That's very normal.
And so layered. There's so many layers that as we did it, I would, and you'd say, okay, change it up, another focus of the situation. And I would go deeper into the levels of what I noticed and what happened and what I was thinking. And I mean, I'm really glad I went on this travel, because it feels like
it can and be amazing all at the same time.
Oh yeah. Like I'm so glad I went on the dangerous death road, but I hated being on it for as long as we were,
Right.
And not having my own autonomy over there was really difficult for me. So thank you.
You're so welcome. And then Christy is up.
Christy, then Sarah.
Hey, Christy.
So, in thinking of the accident itself, obviously there were different injury points that I felt a lot of activity energetically. The one thing that I'm questioning is I have had, even before the accident, been having a lot of pressure in the liver gallbladder area. So I've been doing some things, the liver blend oil, I've been doing peppermint, I've been doing things for that to try to help, and of course energy cleaning. But that really got activated during thinking about the incident.
This is what I would say. Like sometimes when you're in the process of making a shift, like the organs of blood purification are tied to like how you emotionally process. And so, like the lungs, the liver, the gallbladder, the kidneys, the spleen. And the idea of like, okay, you're processing some strong emotion, take some deep breaths. Part of that is the breath helps you to process, part of that emotion or that feeling. And so it can get a little specific in some of those organs sometimes when you're feeling it. And liver and kidneys are two spots that are high impact points when processing some emotion or making an emotional shift. And so I would say use helichrysum, but do the liver and gallbladder, but do all the organs. Do the lungs, do the gallbladder, do the liver, do the kidneys, and do the spleen. And sometimes when you're clearing things in the liver, you'll want to potentially detox the kidneys. And we think of diuretics for cleaning up the kidneys, but one of the things that is really super good for detoxifying the kidneys, not through the excessive elimination of like urine and fluid, but just detoxing the kidneys in particular, is myrrh. So like I would use some myrrh internally or as a body tonic. And then I would go a little bit with detoxing the skin. And we're going to talk about detoxing the skin for different kinds of emotions tomorrow. Like let's like tomorrow's an anything goes class, so we're just going to talk about theory and stuff. But even emotions get stuck in the skin. And I'm going to look something up here real quick before I run my mouth off. Like, hold on. Do you have spike lavender?
I think so, yeah. Pretty
Do
good.
spike lavender either in a salt bath or a body tonic, and then after that, then do the helichrysum on the organs of blood purification, and it will flush trauma out of the system, and it will strengthen the skin, and stimulate like a deeper release in those organs of blood purification, but it will help the emotional body shift out of that state of what you're trying to process, whatever that is. Because like trauma isn't always like, oh, my feelings got hurt. Trauma can also be something's changing, something I'm releasing something, I'm letting go of something, I'm evolving something, I'm transitioning out of something. Like it can just simply be change, change of perception, change of like even a value of something. Like I really like this and now I don't, that's still a change, and so there is a little bit of like emotional processing even when you let go of something like that, even though it just feels like a choice.
Okay. And I'm almost positive I have spike lavender. If for some reason I don't, what's my second choice?
Just like some form of lavender. Spike lavender would be like maybe 20% better, but if you don't have that, just any sort of lavender you have.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
And then like body tonic or salt bath or something, like just all over the skin, especially the feet. And then do the organs of blood purification. We're going to go through different kinds of psychological purification on the skin tomorrow in the Anything Goes class.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. And then on the second topic, it was just interaction with someone who got a little aggressive and making fun of me. And so that was all just like sex chakra flushing out.
Yeah.
That. So that was just that was the only area that ignited on that topic.
Perfect.
Yeah, great.
And like how active was that, or how long ago was that?
That was just this past week.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Perfect. When you think of the boat accident or whatever happened, like
I'm sorry.
Like when you think of the boat incident, like how does it feel to you? Like when you go back and you think of it, like does it feel neutral, or does there still feel like there's a little emotion stirring?
I think there's still emotion stirring. I did, as soon as I got back on land, I did take some stuff internal. I had enough oils with me that I was able to kind of stabilize a little bit. So on the surface and logically, I was fine. But then out of the blue, I would cry about it.
Right. And if you think about like sometimes, like say you twist your ankle and you're like, oh, it kind of hurts, but then like a little bit later, like a week later, and you're like, God, it still hurts and it's not getting better. Some of it is you're still experiencing the traumatic event like a week later or 2 weeks later. And so it will slow the rate of healing or the agitation in the body. And so the more that you just kind of do the etheric chords and the frankincense, and you keep just thinking of like the boat injury, like not even so much what people said, but just like I don't know if you guys hit something, or there was a sudden stop, or you fell out, or you lost your balance and fell, whatever it is. Just think of that incident and you'll notice that as that comes down, you'll notice that the pain levels in your body will go down. It's almost every time. Yeah.
Won't leave home without them now.
And then go ahead, Sarah, then Teresa.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi there. So I've moved on from burps to some symbology. I just wanted to ask you about it, if that's okay, with the switching. The first one was definitely clearing. It's always something you think you think you know what something is, and then the energy tells you the real connection.
Exactly.
Right. And so I suddenly had a huge urge to smoke because my dad was a 60 a day guy, and I was like exposed to that all through my childhood. So it's always been a struggle for me.
3 packs a day?
Yeah, 3 packs. Yeah. Yeah. And of course it was visible because he used to sit at the end of the dining table and do it in front of us all evening. So, you know, kind of all that. But what I saw was I had a peacock tail at the back that was all gummed up with tar, like from the cigarettes, and that was what was getting cleared with the one situation. But it's the situation I was thinking about seemed to have nothing to do logically, quotes unquotes, with, you know.
Right.
So that I kind of understood. But then the second one, I saw just a wall with white flowers growing on it. And I wanted them to be something else, but they were laburnum. Do you know that plant? I'm sure you know loads of them. It's like a white dangly flower, and I think the seeds can be poisonous. I don't know, maybe my accent, maybe you say laburnum differently in the States. I don't know.
No, I think I just don't know it by that name, but I know it visually. Yeah.
Right. And it's because I had a reaction to it because it can be poisonous. I think if kids or dogs eat the seeds, you know, it's not good for you. And I was like, so I just wondered if you got anything from that visual.
I would say things aren't always what they look like. Like it looks pretty, but might be poisonous. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that would first. And you know, think about like sometimes where somebody like seems very nice on the surface, but like there's part of you there's like you don't feel kind of comfortable around them. Like they look very like slick and clean, but it gives you like a not so good feeling inside versus somebody who might be a little disheveled, but it feels really good around them. You know what I mean? Like things don't always look as they seem, or they're not what they seem, even though they look a particular way, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, that's helped me connect some dots. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's I remember one time I was doing a class and we were dealing with phobias, and you know, and I was describing phobias, and I was like, you know, like say, and I'm thinking like I don't want to stir anybody's pot, so I want to come up with something really neutral. And as soon as I said it, I was like, oh, don't say that. And I said, like, say you had a phobia of clowns. And then as soon as I said it, I was like, that wasn't a good choice. And there was this gentleman in the class, and he just started rocking and chewing his fingernail. And he was
no.
How did you know? How did you know? And like, so we went through and we talked it out with the phobias. And I was like, did you have a traumatic event at a carnival or this or weird painting or, you know? And he's like, no, none of it. And we kept drilling down. And we got to that in his family, everybody had a mask, and what they were saying and doing isn't how they really felt. And so like that whole idea in his mind manifested as like a clown, like having the paint on, pretending to be one way, but something's different underneath. And so that's like an even deeper version of it. But I think it's always good to see like the situation for what it is, but a lot of times there's other factors going on, and it's not always like what it seems like. You know, it's just like last week I was having a conversation with somebody consulting for their work thing, and you know, there was a presented problem with this particular manager, but the manager had an agenda. So it didn't matter how you tried to fix the situation.
Mm.
The situation wasn't the problem. The problem was the manager and his agenda. Right. So
Right.
like really the problem, the way to solve that problem is to address the agenda, not the workload.
Right.
Right. And so to have that kind of decoder ring and to like develop that, where sometimes things are like what it looks like, and sometimes there's something underneath, that can be a game changer for a person. Like if you really kind of cultivate that ability. And I would say that that symbolism is helping you to develop that ability.
Got it. Thank you. Makes total sense. Great.
And then go ahead, Teresa, and then we have some shares and questions.
Hey, Teresa.
Hey, Greg. Oh, wow. So many great shares. I was like, what am I going to say? I had this visual that I am like all the past events have very similar patterns. So I have abstracted them up and I'm leaving like an energetic system that I had, like, I almost see like little magnetic connections too. Maybe those are the micro traumas in the bigger picture.
And sometimes if there's a bunch of them, it can be like a pattern unto itself. Like all the little pieces turn into a bigger piece.
Correct. Yeah. But it's almost like my body reacts to this energetic signature, and I see it as like a grid or a system. And somewhere as we were going back and forth between the two, I had this belief that I needed to clean it up. Like that it was my job to clean up this system, which the system doesn't want to be cleaned up.
Not only does it not want to be cleaned up, it will protect itself.
Exactly. There, thank you. You took the essence of what I was trying to say. And I saw that this week at work where I felt like I was observing a theater and they were almost like in a snow globe of their own.
Right.
You know, if I could visualize it, that's the system and I'm watching it and I'm like, wow, it's so self-enforced with all the actors and the participants.
Right. Think of the system as like an animal that like you're having to interact with or hunt or whatever it is. And you know, it's not that you're going to change the nature of it, but you need to know how to interact with it and you need to know when to walk away from it. Like when a dog is growling at you, you're like, I'm not going to try to pet it. I'm going to walk away. And then you know what I mean? Like the goal is to be, how can I interface with this and not get bitten, not get sucked in, not get lost, not whatever. And how do I move in and out of this system? Because really that's, if you're ever going to change something, which change is possible, but it's almost like in a system like this, it almost has to be done through the back door. Like you do it through interaction and refinement over a period of time. And qualitative action can have significant quantitative effects within a system, but it's almost like you can't really go in with like an agenda. It's just like you go in and going, okay, I'm sticking to higher morals, higher values, and I'm just going to start dancing. Like I'm just going to start moving. And in that movement, it starts shifting how that system can change because you're giving it different kinds of information and energy to it, and eventually it can shift. But to even be able to do that, it's like, how do I interact in this system? How do I step in? How do I step out? When do I get engaged and when do I just watch? You know, which it sounds like doing.
Yeah, I think there might have been some old residual of not understanding what I was doing, where then I probably got hurt, and that's the clearing.
Oh yeah. And even when you have like really strong awareness, you know, it's that saying I always say, sometimes you eat the bear, sometimes the bear still eats you. You know what I mean? Just because you've got it figured out doesn't mean that, you know, in situations like that,
yeah,
there there's momentums that you just can't stop sometimes.
Yeah.
Just, it is what it is.
Yeah, that's I just got like a visual of a wave.
Yeah.
So to continue to refine that ability of moving in and out and just being neutral and kind of riding the wave if I need to, would it be this practice?
This practice, but a big part is the three brains, because like your ability to flow and move in and out of situations is tied to intuition. Intuition is, it can assess something very quickly and make quick decisions, where like having a strategy or a plan can be helpful, but it's usually based on trial and error, and you can't really adjust or think on your feet quite the same. It's not really one or the other. You want to be able to work both, but in this particular case where you're talking about interacting in something where you kind of don't know what it is, you have to really think on your feet, and you be able to let go of something, step away from something, or do something new. That intuition. That is different forms of intuition.
Okay. And then kind of tailing onto that, maybe more from the cleaning up the physiology in some of the past events of interacting with different systems in different global geographies, I've ended up having repeat oral meningitis and also encephalitis. And I've always known that at some level it was connecting into deeply with the energy field or the emotions. And I was also had past traumas, obviously, that just allowed that to manifest into something else. So if I wanted to go back through to clear that energy out, what would you recommend this practice?
That's interesting. You could do that with some of that, but some of that I would clean up the nervous system and the brain. I would use different sages in helichrysum, like with your awareness on the brain and on the spine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brain and spine. And would you then the awareness in the past, or just working the brain and spine?
Just on the brain and spine. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Helichrysum and sages.
In
Okay.
different kinds of, yeah, just whatever sage you have. Yeah.
I have lots of sage.
Tell me both. I love me some sage. Yeah.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you so very much.
You're so welcome.
Thank you so much. This has been so healing. I'm on the other side of the world and we'll watch the rest from the recorded class.
Oh, nice.
Is that last segment something we can do daily?
You can do it daily, and we're going to do it again after lunch. Like, we really were doing more situational awareness, but we're going to do past events. And like, it's such a potent thing that I allocated a bunch of time for us to not just talk about the theory and then go, oh, go do it later. We're going to unwind this for a while today so you can really feel the effect. And then when we get to the last like piece where we unwind the psoas specifically, it's much easier to let it go. Yeah.
Because I think this might be my new favorite plant prana oil segment, which
Yeah.
is really saying a lot.
Oh, nice. Good.
And they're like, yay.
Right. You know, and in the past when we've done stuff with chords, it's always been like people or you know, maybe situations, but it's still situations with people. Where here this is like events, like, you know, your situations, like, you know, Zakia, it was like, it's not necessarily like people that she was talking about, like she's meeting coming off the elevator, but she's meeting just a bunch of people all the time. So it's the act of like, okay, all these different people I meet at the elevator, and the pieces of stuff that I do with my boss, and stuff that I do at the desk, and you know, there's all these different components of it. It's not really specific to, you know, that guy last week. You know, where a lot of times we're doing that guy last week that was so obnoxious. Here it's more about the situation itself or the past event, be it that it was even positive events can be a bit contaminated from like stress or trauma or something of that nature. So yeah.
Yeah, good shares, good questions, guys.
So, okay, so let's go ahead and we'll take a break for lunch. We'll come back at 2:15 Central Time, so hour and a half from now. And we're gonna come back and do this this segment a little bit more before we move on. So more to come. Everybody, let's come on back. And we're still going to be on the top of page 4. Still doing the ironbark, eucalyptus, rue, or etheric quartz. Sorry, I'm a little preoccupied for a moment. Sorry about that. Okay, so we did situational awareness. Now we're going to do past events. So let's reflect on, it doesn't have to be a negative event. It can be a positive event or a neutral event, but something that's relatively significant or something that pops to your mind. Like, so I think somebody said, like, situations came up that they weren't really thinking was a big deal, but they started working them and it was a big deal. Just because of the energy movement. And so same idea, past events. For me, like at first I go through and go, okay, car accident, this, I got injured here, at first that's where my mind goes to. And then I started just going to like big events where like, had a group of friends and the last time that we all got to hang out with each other, and then graduation, and then just like different things. There's energies that are still connected to those situations. And so whatever it is, go ahead and kind of think of it and then start working the etheric quartz. You're still taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause for a moment. Pull out the frankincense and work your spine. You're inhaling with your awareness on your spine. No need to visualize anything. You're just inhaling with your awareness on the spine. And then just let that go. Back to the etheric chords. You're thinking of that past event. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let go for a moment. Just pause and let go. And again, the frankincense on the spine. Even better. And then pause and let go. See how this just feels in your body. Let's choose a different event. Even if it's a super positive event, still doesn't mean that we can't clean up the cords between us and that event. You know, for me, it's like sometimes the positive experiences can cause a little bit of an issue, not so much because of the event itself, but because I want to reproduce that positive event. And so the logical mind gets in there and gets a little forceful or has a little story that goes with it that then kind of contaminates what that situation was. And so it could be even a super positive event. Doesn't mean that can't get cleaned up too. So another past event, think of it as you take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just be still. Just be still for a moment. Begin inhaling again with your awareness on the spine with frankincense. And then just let go. Just let go. Notice how this manifests in the body. Yeah. Like expansive and light. Yeah, Samantha's saying, like doing this, it just feels expansive and light. And if you think about like the psoas is a direct reflection of the tension you're feeling in your body because it's trying to stabilize your spine. And so we're cleaning the spine, right? Because a lot of times all these past events, they impact your body, but they're trying to work their way to the spine. So by opening up the spine, you're letting these things go, but you're basically saying, so as don't worry about this, it's over. So as don't worry about that. And after a while, you're just like, ah, and you're giving space to the psoas to allow it to relax and just go into like a passive like state, like where if it thinks things are going on, your physiology goes, got to stabilize the spine, got to protect the spine, got to keep it from from getting injured, whatever it might be. And so yeah, so we're still going to do that same event, long, slow, deep breaths with the etheric cords, ironbark eucalyptus, the root. Hmm. Okay, let it go. Let out the frankincense. Your awareness is on your spine. And just be still. Just let it all go. Just close your eyes and just let it incubate for a moment. Pick a different past event. Whatever that might be. Good, bad, neutral. Begin inhaling. And then pause. Just let it incubate for a minute. Pull out the frankincense, and again, your awareness is on the spine. And then just be still. So if you sit and you just kind of figure, like touch into different situations that are going on right now in past events, see if you can notice a tension in your body. That's the thing we're going to focus on. So just take a minute first to evaluate, visit some things in your head. Okay, so you've chosen one. You're focused on that. And now begin inhaling. Yeah, ironbark, etheric cords, or rue. situation. Yeah, it's the situation of the past event is what you're focused on. You're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Just let it incubate. What happened? So let's pull out the frankincense and focus on the spine. Okay, if I share. Okay, so Samantha was focusing on an old job that she had, and when she left it, it was uneventful and everything. But as she focused on it, it opened up a Pandora's box of things that happened because of her working there and then her leaving. It opened up all these different things, and so that's why we were spending a bit more time on this. Is that's the kind of stuff that happens where you go, yeah, I haven't really thought about that old job, it was no big deal, and then you open up the energy and you're like, then there was this, and then there was this, and then that happened, and then this, and that's pretty normal. So allow yourself time to explore some of these things. And then pause. Pull out the frankincense. Hit the spine. Oh, I'm sorry. Go back to the etheric chords, ironbark eucalyptus rue. Back to that same situation, that same past event. And then pause and let it go. And then again, the frankincense on the spine. Okay, then let's pause and be still. Notice how you feel. Notice your body. So let's share experiences, ask questions, kind of process what happened, and unmute yourself or type in and go ahead and fire away.
Yeah, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, Teresa.
Hi. Hey, Greg. So my knees really hurt now.
Your knees.
Yeah, as I had just tuned into an event and then it unpacked lots of stuff. So there's pressure around my knees and it was the ankles, but that's lifted, but the knees.
The knees. So like an old, like you said, it unpacked or unimpacted. I can't remember what you said, but
Oh, I
that just unwound a bunch of stuff from the past.
yes, yeah, that's what I meant by it. It feels like energy, but it's just sore.
I would say that like sometimes what happens with the like when we go through and release things, it can release in a couple different ways. And when you're just dealing like with a release of energy, a lot of times it'll come out the perineum, but it will get stuck in like the knees, the ankles, or the feet. And so I would say so I'm looking at you. Maybe do the frankincense or Palo Santo on the perineum, the knees, and the ankles.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, like that should do it. Even the soles of the feet a little bit, but that should get it.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
It's like sometimes so much comes out, it just like gets stuck. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. As long as it's coming out.
Yeah, I know. Better out than in.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Would it make sense to have a deep cough if you're starting to unwind the psoas? And any recommendations on helping soothe the throat, airway, and ear canals?
The airways and the ear canals.
Throat, airway, and ear canals.
When you say unwind the psoas, so right now we're unwinding the things that contribute to the psoas. So we're not really on the psoas right now. We'll do the psoas in the last step, but the ear canals doesn't make sense, although it could be coming from the front part of the spine. Could be energy coming out. Sometimes what's happening is you're unwinding and there might be some unconscious like attachments to certain things. Like you would see that a lot of times more in the throat, but that it's hitting your airway. I mean, we're also not dealing like, have you been sick or like you think maybe you're getting sick? We'll make sure that it's not something overlapping. Maybe type in and just let me know that component. But otherwise, if that's the case, the airways.
Not really sick, more ears burning from the coughing.
Coughing. Yeah, I mean that's like inflammation. Huh. Yeah, something is up there. Let's see. Let's see if you just have some hyssop and do some hyssop like on the lungs, the back heart, the throat, you know, the ajna, you can hit the ear canals as well. Just see if that helps to open it up. If you don't have hyssop, let me know. We'll come up with a different choice, but that's one of your better choices right off the bat.
We'll keep you posted.
Okay.
And then go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, Danelle.
Let's get you unmuted. There you go.
There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, thanks a lot for doing this class, Greg. I kind of cycled through several different memories, and then the last I kind of lost track of time, but I spent quite a bit of time on they started out as happy memories, kind of related to a graduation for my daughters, but then it kind of delved into more sort of terrible things that kind of were happening around the time with both of them.
Perfect example of what we're talking about. Like,
yeah,
here you have like a happy event, and then but there's always something else going on. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Not be necessarily about the event, but like you said, like that's the timing of the event, maybe some dynamic, and you know, all of that stuff just gets mashed into that recollection or that memory or the impact. And so, you know, the more you unwind that, like that's the thing that Samantha was saying, is like it opened up the Pandora's box a little bit of some different things going on there, where when you think about it logically, you just go, oh, that event, it was so nice. But then there was all the
yeah,
we
the
want
not
to get
so
rid of
great
that.
stuff.
Yeah. So,
and I ended up feeling you had us kind of focus on where we felt it. It was kind of in the chest. So I was having trouble breathing initially. And then, you know, as it continued on, it was really interesting because it kind of lifted, and then there was a lot of golden light that went into the situation and with both of my daughters. And then towards the end, one, like my younger daughter, I saw an owl, and the owl was just kind of hanging out in the tree and then flying. And then related to the other daughter was this the chrysalis, like before the butterfly comes out. So it was very interesting because it made some different connections about like their soul's path as well as mine, and then how they kind of intertwined. So yeah, I found it interesting. Yeah.
Very good. And how does your body feel right now?
Right now, yeah, it feels definitely a lot better. I don't have any issues like with the chest or arms or anything like that. So definitely a lot lighter.
Good. Okay, good.
Yeah, and I didn't know if you had any input like related to seeing, you know, different animals like that, like the owl or butterfly.
I would say the chrysalis is like some sort of transformation or change,
Yeah,
you know.
That makes sense.
Owl could still be the same thing, but like maybe a little bit different. You know, the owl can mean like the death of an old way and something new coming in. So kind of a transition in the same way, but like the owl is probably a little bit more of like the chrysalis is like you just go inside and you kind of incubate and you come out and boom, you're a little bit different. Or the owl is a little bit more active, where it might be that that person was, because of their efforts, they kind of go through a transformation rather than just like going in and coming out and being different, you know, because the owl would be like seen in darkness and wisdom and things falling away, but it would be more active, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It makes
like
sense.
Process, you know, and they just are different because they did something, and you know, it's just kind of done.
Yeah. And as they, you know, my daughters had these different transformations, it allowed me to kind of do some transforming types of energy too, which was it was very interesting. Yeah, I was not expecting this at all. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna hang out and do Greg's class. It's gonna be relaxing. Right. And then it's like, boom, oh geez. Okay, I didn't realize I would be working on this today.
Right, I know.
Thank you.
Welcome. And what did you say about the other person?
They do have hyssop.
Okay, yeah, so like the person with this up, work the his up, and let's just see what that does. I just think it probably just needs to clean some things up a little bit. Sometimes stuff's just coming out. Who knows what it's about? Let's just flush it out.
And someone else said, my low back and back of my head hurt. Actually, the back, heart, throat too.
So low back, back head.
And also back, heart, and throat too. And it said back, heart / throat.
Back heart / throat. Boy, that sounds like you're in the process of transmuting something. Even without oils, or you could use the frankincense, or if you happen to have ginger lily, do Ming Men back heart crown and see what's going on there. It sounds like you might have tapped into something and it's still needing to be fleshed out a little bit, you know.
And that was ginger lily was on the options. What were
Yeah.
the other ones?
Just if you had like your frankincense or Palo Santo or something, but ginger lily would actually be the best choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have always had a lot of non-memory and thought of it as much a blessing as a curse. I just can't hold a grudge or be too blasé because I don't have the memories needed to do either. These memory exercises leave me floating face down with bits and pieces of visuals and events and kinds of lacking enough to get them together and hopefully resolve. Possibly the result of not having any sense of smell? Question mark. I will keep working on it.
It's more about the energy than it is the needing to remember something. Like you know, like okay, like say there was an accident or say there was a family event or something. You might not remember it all, but still there's the energy in the cord. Whether that it registers in the mind or not, it will register in the body. So by going through and working these cords, it releases the energy. Not having a sense of smell or not being able to perceive it, the energy still happens. It still works, even though it might not register consciously in your mind. It still is having an energetic impact. So, yeah.
I thought about when I left my other career as well. Then I saw Chuck Norris.
That's pretty funny.
The explanations remind me of when Greg talks about his original issues being difficult to think of a happy time.
Yeah.
When originally trying to do that Twin Hearts meditation.
Yeah.
My left shoulder blade started bothering. I randomly got some sharp throbs, but I already have issues with my shoulder blade area.
Yeah, that could left shoulder blade. Yeah, some stuff's coming out of the heart, but the back heart, like it's releasing. As we go through and we do the next step or two, I probably will continue to release. Yeah. Okay. If for that where it's stuck in the heart, the left side, maybe try either helichrysum or one of the chamomiles or the nerve help on the heart and just see if that doesn't relieve it. You know, just inhale on that back area. See if that helps.
Can't stop yawning now.
So let's take a break and we'll come back at 20 till the hour. So we'll come back in 15 minutes. Everybody, we're on page 4 and segment 4, which is irrational fears. And we're really just kind of targeting like this aspect of irrational fear because, again, we're trying to minimize the body's response to tighten up to try to protect the spine. So with that, choices being Lang Lang, Spikenard, Anula, Breathe Easy, or Shiva, the blend Shiva. And first, just start taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then to the throat minor, which is at the bottom of the throat between the two collarbones, that little notch at the base of your throat. And then your back solar, the mid back area. And your awareness is on the lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And then just pause and be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back throat. The throat minor, the bottom of the throat on the front side. That little notch between the two collarbones. The back solar. Your awareness is on the back solar. And then the lungs. Awareness is on the lungs. And then just be still. Let's do that one more time. Back throat. Throat minor. Back solar, the mid back area. And the lungs. And then pause and be still. So we're gonna do application B, helichrysum, galbanum, wintergreen, or APR. Whichever one you have, pull out. And you're going to begin by inhaling with your awareness on the brain. If there's a spot in your brain that jumps out, work that, but otherwise, your awareness is on the brain. Okay. Now, let that go for a second. Evaluate whatever's going on in your world right now and whatever like the biggest issue is, like something that's unresolved, chaotic, upsetting, whatever that is, your awareness is on that situation as you inhale. Even if it's very small, just whatever the biggest thing is in your world at the current time. Now move your awareness to the sex chakra. And then the low back opposite the navel, known as the Ming Men. And then the perineum, the floor of the pelvis, also known as the perineum, however you want to say it. And then the hips. Awareness is on the hips. And then the back solar plexus. Your back solar plexus. And then, and then pause and be still. How's this feeling new? Okay. Okay, let's do that one more time. Again, your awareness is on the brain. And again, whatever the biggest issue is in your world right now, something that's a little bit more active, not so much in the distant past. Sex chakra. The low back area, Mingmen. The backside of your navel. Interesting, huh? The perineum or perineum, floor of the pelvis. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your hips. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your back solar plexus. And then just be still. Notice how your body feels. Let's share experiences or ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. Think of like the irrational fear is just potential triggers that makes the spinal muscles tighten up. So by going through and unwinding this, it just kind of allows for more space for the back to unwind. This last step we're going to do after break, it's going to be directly going after the psoas itself. So
That's great.
you feel good?
Yeah. Could be done now. No, I'm just kidding. Someone said nearly dropped the bottle. This is quite the segment.
Yeah, yeah. That last segment we just did, very soothing. You know, very, very soothing.
It feels better.
Good.
Oh, what is APR?
APR stands for aromatic positional release. And so it's wintergreen, helichrysum, clove, and galbanum. Yeah.
Aromatic
Positional release. Yeah. It's what I used to use to do. Like I put the body in positions and then I have people inhale the oil while they were in that position to release like a fascial plane or an area of fascial restriction. So
I probably did not spell that version of aromatic accurate then, but that gives you the idea. What else? Never felt the hip crown connection before. And I think that one got people quiet on the front.
yeah, that one's pretty soothing. Yeah. So let's do this. We'll take a break. We'll come back at our quarter till, and we're going to target specifically the psoas. So all the stuff we've been talking about comes down to this last little step that we're about to do. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes. Everybody, let's come on back. We're on page 5, segment 5. Tension in the psoas. So your best friend, if you have tension psoas right now, is Palo Santo. So if you'll pull out your Palo Santo. Just start inhaling the Palo Santo right off the bat. And then just be still for a minute. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the brain. If there's a spot in the brain that jumps out at you, that feels a little heavy or a little denser, put your awareness on that. Otherwise, it's the whole brain. And then whatever issue is going on in your life, just like we did in the last segment, same thing. Whatever issue is going on, your awareness is on that. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the awareness is on the sex chakra. The low back area, the Ming Men, the backside of the navel. We have those little lights in the suitcase. And then the perineum, the floor of the pelvis, the perineum. And then the hips. The awareness is in the hips. And then the back solar plexus. You're still in the back solar plexus. You're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, if you can, close your eyes and just put your awareness in the tension in your low back. Not just superficial, but deep in and around the spine. With your awareness on that spot or that area, take some long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still, let everything go. Again, begin inhaling with brain awareness. Awareness is on your brain. If there's an area that jumps out in your brain, focus on that area. Otherwise, both sides of your brain. And then issue. Whatever the biggest issue is in your world right now, your awareness is on that as you take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. The low back area, opposite the navel. perineum or perineum, floor of the pelvis. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness in that area. The hips, the sides of your hips. And your back solar. And then again, check in with your low back area. Where do you feel it? Just be still. Check in with your low back, just kind of move it around. Notice how your body feels. How's that feeling in your low back? Like on the bottom of the back. Yeah, that's more the SI joint. Yeah, that's more the soul. Yeah. Okay, let's do one more cycle of it. So again, brain awareness. Your awareness is on your brain, some specific spot, or the whole brain. And then whatever issues going on in your world, your awareness is on that. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. the mingmen, the backside of the navel, your low back area. The floor of the pelvis. Perineum. The hips. And your back solar plexus. Tap into your low back, whatever you can feel in your low back. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. Your body. Now, just inhaling the Palo Santo, that will actually start to relax the psoas, but really directing it to the areas of the low back and hitting the sex, the mingmen, the perineum, all of that is even more relaxing. But keep in mind that your psoas is trying to stabilize the spine. So doing the issue awareness kind of helps to minimize the impact of potential instability or chaos on the body and on the spine. And so you're going after some of the contributing factors as well. Applying Palo Santo topically to the low back and the lower abdomen also can be helpful. This isn't necessarily going to resolve things like in the hips or in the SI joints. This is purely a psoas issue, which most low back issues are either the psoas or some muscles that directly are affiliated with the psoas or the abdomen. And so this can be augmented also by putting the digestive column on the abdomen. But for as straightforward as we could be with the psoas, like what we did today is about addressing the contributing factors of the psoas and then the psoas itself. Like I tried to keep it as simple as possible while still making it multifaceted. So let's go ahead and share experiences and ask questions, and you can unmute yourself or type in.
Hey, Greg, it's Christy.
Hey, Miss Christie.
So, obviously there's injury tissue just from the way I landed. And I still have a lot of tenderness and pinching, and really it's more that top back hip.
Okay.
Would I still continue with Palo Santo for that, or would I do something else?
The top of the hip, so that's going to be a little bit more quadratus lumborum. And that's just been since the injury?
Yeah, so it's
So
more
marjoram or peppermint, cornmint, something like that. That should
Okay.
help resolve that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. What were you going to say though before I cut you off there?
Oh, just the location of it, that it's not really like the side hip, it's the back, but it's that like
Like
top.
right above the hip bone, right above the crest.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably just like some marjoram or peppermint just to help resolve, like it's like a byproduct of the strain. I mean, helichrysum would work too. The other thing you could throw in the mix is the APR or the nerve help. Like you could
Okay.
rub it on that area. That could be helpful, but you basically just got to unwind the strain, from the fall and the twist and trying to catch yourself and whatever happened. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Will do.
Yeah.
I know I did the lavender bath at lunch and the helichrysum. It was very
Oh,
nice.
Good. And how do you feel overall right now?
I feel pretty chill, but not sleepy. Like relaxed,
Yeah,
but not
good.
sleepy.
Good. That's perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
And go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. So most of today I've been slight bit, I don't want to say agitated, but like waiting for the next thing to fall.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got into this last segment and I'm like almost asleep right now.
Yeah.
The cycle through it before this last one, when you hit the low back and said, do the low back, I started sneezing. Like out of nowhere. We've been smelling Palo Santo the whole time and just suddenly started sneezing. And that went away when we stopped. And then when we went through the final cycle, as soon as you said brain awareness, I started having hiccups. So, just very odd symptoms, but now I'm calm, ready for nap.
Like it's an odd thing. Like, you start unwinding because we're unwinding the spine, especially the low spine. And, the body can be agitated in ways we don't even realize until we start addressing them. And you start taking like the tension away. And, there's still parts of the body where like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know if we're completely like safe. It feels like whatever. And you know what I mean? So sometimes just the unwinding, sometimes it still takes a little bit. Like usually the thing that calms everything down is the last step with the Palo Santo. But if for some reason it continues, you can always use the nerve help.
Okay.
Like, because it'll just calm things down in a different way. Lemongrass could be a backup, but sometimes the being on guard has gone on for decades, like decades and decades. bodies. And so you unwind pieces, and there's still some pieces that are more unwound than others. And they have to have a meeting or two with each other to get like on board.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like it's
those
just
past situations were definitely 30, 40, 50 years old.
yeah, exactly. You know.
So, who knows what's buried there and how long it's been buried there, and a hiccup, and I won't say a sneeze, probably 30 or 40 sneezes.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's like, whoa, okay, I'm listening now.
Right. It's like machine gun sneezing.
Yes. Yeah,
chew.
and strong. Like, I better make sure I'm sitting straight rather than twisted so I don't pull something.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, like a lot of times that can be like, some agitation in the limbic centers. And which again goes back to what we're talking about in a way. And so if you think Snow White and Seven Dwarfs, sneezy is the ajna, and it's basically limbic functions.
Okay.
And so whenever the body's agitated, you can feel it there. Because even like being excessively cold or hot is agitating to the limbic system. And so,
and I've been cold the whole day.
Yeah.
Like wearing a sweater the whole day.
Yeah.
That's not usual for me.
No. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, but Sam's got a vest on, like yeah.
So warm
Yeah.
before class.
She was saying she was warm before class, and during the class, she was like, "Yeah, I'm getting chilly." Yeah,
So
it's an unwinding. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi. Yeah, I think somebody else said a little bit earlier that, we're going to have a nice relaxing day with Greg, relaxing the psoas. And so for me, it's been a rather surprising trip into my dad's, how can I put it, influences on me and releasing them. So I got very agitated this afternoon when we got to, was it irrational fears?
Mm-hmm.
So what I was able to do is identify a thought form that he'd put in that I didn't even know was there, that had come from,
very nice.
Yeah, from his life experience. So it was like when we went up to the brain, it was kind of like this chimpanzee-like being who was very grumbly and all about, well, we're all just working class, so there's no point trying to do anything or making anything any different. It was very much that attitude. It's like we're already defeated, which is what a lot of people can feel some of the time. And then but that's not what it's all about. If you're doing this kind of work, it's more expansive. It's about, well, we might be at this place now, but that we can do things now as individuals that could affect the future in the balance, right?
Right.
So it was all about that. And so I was going, I'm going to relax my psoas today and see how I am at Pilates tomorrow. But no, we're going to do heavy stuff instead. So I just want to say,
if you think about anything that causes like a chaos or instability aggravates the psoas. And so we don't really, we think of it as just being like physical, but most of it is more emotional. Like, not even emotional, like that's actually not a good way to say it. Environmental. That's a way better way of saying it. Like it's people, it's situations, it's places, it's work, it's and yes, it has an emotional component to it, but it's more about just being in spaces that don't make your body feel like it's in a safe place. One time, like this sounds weird, but one time I took a vacation, and I thought, I'm gonna just rent an RV and drive around and like enjoy, walking the earth, just driving around wherever I want to go, park and on paper it sounded good, but the bed in the RV had like because they're trying to use space really well. And so the bed was under like these shelves, and so there was this like overhanging that like
Mm.
covered like half of the body. And
Mm.
so like in feng shui, they would call that pressure chi. Like
Yeah, I wouldn't
where
like that at
basically-
all.
Yeah, like it basically kind of almost like cuts the body in half. Like, you know, there's compression on one half of the body, and then the other half of the body is open to do whatever. And so the bed was comfortable, it was fine and everything, but laying in that spot, my back went out. And I was like, what the F? Like I'm having like good rest, like I'm sleeping well and everything. And it took me like a day or two to realize that like if I laid on the little bench that was up towards the front, my back was fine. But if I went and laid in that bed, that pressure, like all of a sudden my back would start to go out. And I was like, what the F? Like this is really super weird. And then it dawned on me, the feng shui thing. And so I just slept on the bench up towards the front, like the little couch thing. Didn't bother me a bit. Every time I laid down in that bed. And so my body perceived that pressure as chaos. And so it would, my psoas would just super tighten up. But if I went and laid on an uncomfortable bench, my back was fine. And so even the instability or the chaos or whatever from the environment isn't even sometimes situations. You could be sitting somewhere and like the corner of a wall is pointing into your back or something, and it's just the body perceives it as a threat and tightens up the spine. So it could be all kinds of things. Yeah.
Ah, fascinating. So yeah, to me that was I thought, because I'm a human design manifester, I thought as a child, I just sort of did what I wanted to do, did stuff, created stuff, had quite a lot of spiritual experiences, and I thought, well, that I had a relatively happy family life. I was fed, cared, all of all those good things that we're taught are good for us, but it never occurred to me how much his constant awfulizing was in there somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's
I like that term, the awfulite.
it's good, isn't it? The whole mountain out of a molehill. Yeah.
Calls it what it is,
Yeah. So thanks. That's a bit of a trip today. So I wasn't expecting that as usual. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
I started getting a throbbing pain in my right side under my rib while we were doing that. Should I just breathe the Palo Santo into it?
Under the rib, like how high? Like the bottom rib or like up higher?
Between the bottom rib and the hip bone.
Yeah, you might want to go back to, because that sounds like quadratus lumborum. Whatever you used in the first segment, like the chamomiles, the helichrysum, the nerve help, like inhale that, or even apply a little bit of that to that low back area. That can flare up with the psoas sometimes, but that's usually a byproduct of some sort of like twisting issue or an elevated hip that's been there for a period of time. And so, unwind it like that. I mean, you can try putting Palo Santo on the spot, but I'd probably go back to like APR even, like rub APR on the spot if you have it.
My low back on the left is agitated.
Like what spot? Like
It
above?
feels like, hey Greg, it's me. It feels like my QL at the top where it attaches to the ribs,
Up by
the floating ribs.
yeah, it could be that. Most likely it could be that. It could be also the serratus. What is that? Inferior. on the left side.
Yeah. Like when I squeeze it.
Put some APR on that. Like, do you have
Okay.
APR? If not, like helichrysum or something.
I've got it. I will do that. Thank you.
And then lay flat on your back. Like, just lay flat on your back for like a couple minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just gotta probably calm down a bit. Yeah.
I sat a lot.
Yeah, I bet. That sounds like a pretty brutal trip.
It was. Thanks, Greg.
And go ahead, Leslie.
Hey, Leslie, how are
Hi,
you?
Greg. How are you? When we started earlier, you told us to focus on the lower back and to see, go in deep to see what we feel. On my left side, for a very, very long time, I've always had like pinched nerves in that sciatica area. For some reason, today in class, I don't feel that anymore.
Yay.
So yeah, that's what I said too. I was like, yay, it
Yeah.
felt really good. And something in the class helped a lot. When you had spoke to the young lady earlier about skin holding trauma.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I remember having a surgery, and after the surgery, I felt some emotion come up. But after that surgery, 2 weeks later, I needed another one, which was more intense, and a lot of things just started coming up after the surgery. And it almost felt like whatever skin was there or whatever needed to be removed was like it didn't let emotions flow. And it almost like it kept it stuck there. But once that got removed, everything like just started coming up. And I feel like with today's class, it feels like I'm able to flow with the emotion. It's not like I'm hiding what I'm feeling. I'm just letting it do what it needs to do and just rolling with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the skin contributes actually because of, it's tied to lymphatic function and stimulates the organs of blood purification to function properly. Like anytime you unwind the skin, the liver gets going better, the kidneys go better, the lungs go better. And because of this, the skin contributes to like mood. And so mood then would dictate like the kind of emotions that get generated, can dictate like the quality of thought, because part of what it's doing is it's impacting like brain chemistry. And like if the skin is toxic, it's hard for the brain chemistry like serotonin and things like that to be functioning properly. And it's just this like chain reaction that happens. And so I remember treating somebody like for a while for like a mood issue. Like they had an exposure to a substance that caused them to have a mood issue. And we treated it all the kind of normal ways. And as soon as we did the skin, the mood, they actually ended up having a mood disorder because of an exposure to a chemical. And, as soon as we started treating the skin, it all went away. Like it just went away. And there's been times where like, I'll wake up and I'm like, I'm not really bothered by anything, but I just feel blah, like, whatever it is. And I'll do several different things. And I'm like, I still just feel kind of blah. And then I'll treat the skin and I feel so much better. I feel so much more like upbeat, and I wasn't feeling horrible. I just wasn't feeling like I just had how they say sometimes like, oh, you like got a case of the Mondays or something. Like I felt like I was having the case of the Mondays, but it was Wednesday or Thursday. It's just, I just didn't feel that good. And, it always comes down to the skin,
And even after what happened, I had an experience in the middle of my sleep to where I felt my heart expand, but I felt the energy expanding throughout my body. And it almost felt like I wasn't fully asleep, but I wasn't fully awake. Right. And I kept repeating, but I don't know why. I put my hands on my heart and my solar plexus, and I kept repeating, God protects the light that's inside of me. God protects the light. That's it. And I kept repeating that. And it was just weird. Like after whatever came off or whatever, I feel like something's changing, but I'm glad I came into the class because I feel like today's class is like putting me in balance. It's like,
oh, good.
Creating some balance for me.
And if you think of the skin too, we're going to talk about this a bit tomorrow as well. The skin is, a significant line of defense from just anything in the environment. And so, environmental factors are also projections from other people, stresses, all kinds of things. All of that can impact the skin and the function of the skin. And so, yeah, the skin's kind of a big deal, and it's a way to unwind the connective tissue that lies underneath, and so even like say you have an arthritic knee, you go we go through and we treat like the joint and all this. A lot of times we don't really think of like the skin over that area needs to be treated just as well. And so yeah. We'll be talking about that more tomorrow. I don't know if you can join us, but we'll talk about it more as the day progresses tomorrow.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
What is the connection between relaxing the psoas and energy moving in the upper centers?
The psoas is tied to the sixth chakra and the Ming Men, and so when you open that up, energy moves up. Yeah.
So is lymphatic skin next after muscles?
Yeah, we could. Yeah. I mean, we can do trigger points, we can do skin. I'll keep doing it as long as you guys are interested. Like, I can talk about it long after you guys lose interest. I could still be talking about it on and on and on. There's all kinds of little nuanced things that can be done. And so as long as you guys are enjoying it, like, I'll keep doing it. Yeah.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
Let's get you unmuted.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah. How are you?
Where do I have cords?
Negative chords or good chords that are dirty?
Negative cords.
Negative chords. Let me look at you here for a second. Front and back heart, Ming Men, basic.
Wait a minute.
Down,
Front back heart.
Ming Men,
Main.
basic.
Basic.
Down. It's not quite on the navel minor, but in and around that navel minor area, you have one. You have a couple to your liver, like one on the front side, two on the back. A couple on the kidneys, like I just cut them on the kidneys. And then your jaws, you have a bunch on your jaws.
Huh.
Yeah.
And good ones that are dirty?
Well, the stuff going on with your family, I would just think of your family and just flesh it all out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it sounds like a miserable situation with that.
yeah, the bank called me and got broke into my bank account and they're in my computer and the FDA is now watching the dang thing. I mean, it's like
That's
nothing.
crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, you use that etheric cords or ironbark eucalyptus or whatever you use it a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please talk about the difference between black frankincense versus regular frankincense.
Yeah, but black frankincense is just that. Like if you were to put it on a piece of paper, like the oil has a little bit of a tinge of a little bit darker than normal frankincense. So we're going to do actually a write-up of all the different frankincenses for the daily dose on Monday. And so I'll kind of break it down like that. But I find that the black frankincense is a little bit more of a stronger cleanser. Both prepare the body for spiritual energy quite well. Regular frankincense is probably more soothing to the diaphragm and the respiratory tract, and both very good for the nerves. But the black frankincense is a little bit more cleansing, and the regular frankincense a little bit more soothing. You know how like you can take a few drops of frankincense to minimize reactions to the environment, basically like hyper reactions to the environment. Regular frankincense works better for that than black frankincense, but black frankincense is a good cleanser, you know, very, very good cleanser. And so
What is in Shiva?
Shiva. Let's look. Lang Lang, frankincense premium, African bluegrass, cistus, petitgrain, and a bunch of Melissa.
I'm now feeling some slight, not intense, burning sensation in my foot that comes and goes. Maybe releasing?
Could be releasing, could be a nerve coming awake. Sometimes with the psoas, there's radiating pain down into the leg, and can even be down into the lower leg a little bit. It usually doesn't go down quite that far, but sometimes there's like a little chain reaction, and it could be that you're just unwinding some of that pattern that's going down into the leg. So yeah. I would rotate between APR and Palo Santo to continue the unwinding for that. But yeah.
I would love to take a class on healing the skin. I had a chemical exposure and it totally changed my mood and skin.
Yeah, perfect example. Like, yeah, like you said, changed your mood. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yes, please. More on skin.
Yeah, maybe we'll do lymphatic 9 as the skin. That easily could be done.
And tomorrow we're going to do a little more on the skin, and anything goes.
Yeah, tomorrow anything goes. We are going to talk a bit about the skin, not necessarily like we would in a one-day class like this, but also any questions you want to do. I have therapeutic strategies that if nobody has questions, I'm going to go through and talk about and cover. But it's one of those things where it's a little bit of a free-for-all, and it's more about your guys' questions and the things you want to ask and talk about, rather than you know, me having things to talk about. I'll just answer your guys' questions, and if there's quiet time, I'll talk about therapeutic strategies that we can throw in the mix and go from there. So,
but great class today, guys.
yeah, thanks for joining. It was fun hanging out.